Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the smoldering ruins of old Valyria, where the very air shimmered with ancient magic and the ghosts of fallen dragon lords whispered secrets to the wind, young Nymeria Targaryen stood at the precipice of destiny. Her silver hair gleamed in the eerie light that filtered through the ash-choked sky, her violet eyes fixed upon a discovery that would shake the foundations of the known world. Before her, nestled in the cracked marble of a long-forgotten temple, lay a dragon egg. Its surface was not the vibrant hues of living eggs, but a dull stone-like gray. Petrified by the centuries, it seemed a relic of a bygone era, a memento of the mighty dragons that once ruled these skies. Nymeria's heart raced as she reached out, her fingertips brushing the cool surface of the egg. A jolt of energy surged through her body, and in that instant, a vision flashed before her eyes. Great wings unfurling, fire raining from the heavens, and a voice, ancient and powerful, speaking of a prophecy long forgotten. As she recoiled from the intensity of the vision, a distant rumble echoed through the ruins. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and from the shadows of fallen towers emerged figures cloaked in crimson and black. Their eyes gleamed with fanatical fervor, and at their lead strode a man whose very presence seemed to draw the light from the air around him. At last, the man's voice carried across the desolate landscape. The key to our resurgence is found. The Fireborn has arrived. Nymeria clutched the egg to her chest, instinct telling her to flee, but curiosity and an inexplicable sense of duty rooting her to the spot. The man approached, his followers fanning out behind him like the wings of some great, dark bird. "I am Viserion the Undying, last true scion of the Valyrian bloodmages," he proclaimed, "and you, child, have stumbled upon the linchpin of our grand design. That egg you hold is no mere stone, but the vessel of our empire's rebirth." As Viserion spoke, the air grew thick with tension. Nymeria felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon her, the whispers of the dead growing louder in her ears. She knew, with a certainty that defied explanation, that she stood at a crossroads of history. "I don't understand." Nymeria found her voice, steeling herself against the palpable aura of menace that surrounded the cultists. "This egg is dead, petrified by time. How can it be the key to anything?" Viserion's laugh was cold and mirthless. "Dead? No, child. Dormant. Waiting for the right blood, the right magic, the right moment. And that moment is now." As if in response to his words, the egg in Nymeria's arms pulsed with a faint warmth. She gasped, looking down at it with wonder and trepidation. The stone-like surface seemed to ripple, hints of color swirling beneath its gray exterior. "You feel it, don't you?" Viserion's eyes gleamed with triumph, the stirring of ancient power. "It calls to your blood, Targaryen. You are the catalyst we have awaited for centuries." Nymeria's mind raced. The tales of her family's dragons were legend, but she had never imagined she would hold such power in her own hands. The egg's warmth spread through her body, awakening something primal and fierce within her soul. But as the exhilaration of the moment washed over her, a shadow of doubt crept into her heart. The hunger in Viserion's eyes, the fanatical devotion of his followers, this was no benevolent quest for knowledge. This was the rebirth of something dark and terrible. "What do you intend?" she demanded, taking a step back. "To resurrect the dragons of old? To reclaim the glory of Valyria?" Viserion's smile was a terrible thing to behold. "Oh, child, we intend so much more. The dragons were but tools, weapons in the arsenal of true power. We seek to reforge the chains of magic that bound the very fabric of reality to our will. to make the world tremble once more at the mere whisper of Valyria's name. As he spoke, the cultists began to chant, their voices rising in an eldritch harmony that sent shivers down Nymeria's spine. The ruins around them seemed to respond, ancient sigils flickering to life on crumbling walls. Nymeria knew she had to act. To stay was to be consumed by the dark ambitions of these fanatics. To flee was to potentially unleash a power she could scarcely comprehend upon an unsuspecting world. In that moment of indecision, fate intervened. From the shadows of a nearby colonnade, a figure erupted into motion. Bronze-skinned and lithe, he moved with the fluid grace of a warrior born. In the blink of an eye, he was at Nymeria's side, a hand on her arm. "We must go now." His voice was urgent, his accent marking him as Giscari. "The ritual has begun. If we linger, all is lost." Nymeria hesitated for only a heartbeat before nodding. Together, they turned and ran, the angry shouts of Valyrian and his cultists echoing behind them. They wove through the labyrinthine ruins, the Giscari man leading with unerring certainty. As they ran, Nymeria clutched the egg tightly, feeling its pulse quicken in time with her racing heart. "Who are you?" she gasped as they ducked into a hidden passageway. "Dario," he replied, his eyes darting constantly alert for pursuit. "Once a slave, now a seeker of forgotten truths. And you, Targaryen, have just become the most important person in the world." They emerged from the passage into a secluded cove where a small boat awaited. As they pushed off from shore, Nymeria looked back at the ruins of Valyria. Storm clouds were gathering, unnatural lightning arcing between the shattered towers. The chanting of the cultists carried over the water, a promise and a threat. "What have I done?" Nymeria whispered, the weight of her discovery settling heavily upon her shoulders. Dario's expression was grim as he rowed with powerful strokes. "You have set in motion events long prophesied. The egg you carry is no ordinary dragon egg. It is said to contain the essence of Valyrian the Black Dread himself, preserved through magic beyond mortal comprehension." Nymeria looked down at the egg, now thrumming with barely contained energy. "But why me? Why now?" "The prophecies speaks of the unburnt, one with the blood of old Valyria untainted by the doom. One who could awaken the sleeping dragon and either save the world or plunge it into eternal darkness." As if in response to his words, the sky split with a thunderous roar. Looking back, they saw a pillar of eldritch fire erupting from the heart of the ruins. Valyrian's voice, magnified 100-fold, rolled across the waves. "You cannot escape your destiny, Fireborn. The dragon will awaken, and with it, the true power of Valyria shall rise once more." Nymeria clutched the egg tighter, feeling the life within it stirring more insistently. She knew, with a certainty that terrified her, that she held the fate of the world in her hands. The choice before her was impossible: to nurture this new life and risk unleashing a power that could reshape the world, or to deny her heritage and perhaps doom humanity to a darker fate. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper against the growing storm. Dario's eyes met hers, determination and a glimmer of hope shining within their depths. "We find answers. There are those who have prepared for this day, guardians of ancient knowledge scattered across Essos. We must seek them out, learn the true nature of the prophecy, and prepare you for the trials ahead." As their small boat was tossed by the churning seas, Nymeria made her choice. She would not run from this responsibility, nor would she blindly follow the path laid out by Valyrian and his cultists. She would forge her own destiny, guided by wisdom and compassion rather than lust for power. "Then let us begin," she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "Let us write a new chapter in the history of dragons and men." As they sailed into the unknown, the egg pulsed with renewed vigor. Within its stony shell, the heir to Valyrian's legacy stirred, awaiting the day it would spread its wings and take flight. And in the heart of Nymeria Targaryen, a fire ignited, a fire that would light the way through the darkness to come, and perhaps, just perhaps, forge a future brighter than any the world had ever known. The journey ahead would be perilous, filled with ancient magics, deadly foes, and choices that would shape the fate of empires. But as the ruins of old Valyria faded into the mists behind them, Nymeria felt a surge of determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them, for in her veins flowed the blood of dragons, and in her arms she cradled the key to a new age. The storm raged on, but Nymeria Targaryen, last hope of a fallen empire and potential savior of the world, sailed onward into legend. The awakening had begun, and with it, a tale that would be sung for generations to come. Story 2. Atop the colossal ice barrier known as the Wall, Lord Commander Aemon Valyrian stood sentinel, his weathered face etched with the lines of countless winters. For 3 decades, he had guarded the realms of men against the terrors that lurked in the lands of always winter. But on this night, as the aurora borealis danced across the star-strewn sky, an ancient evil stirred. The wind carried whispers of a forgotten doom, and Aemon's Valyrian steel sword, Frostfire, hummed with an eerie resonance. He knew, with the certainty born of years of vigilance, that the true test of his duty was at hand. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the icy expanse, a rider approached at breakneck speed. The gates of Castle Black groaned open, admitting a snow-covered figure who practically fell from his mount. "Lord Commander," the man gasped, his eyes wide with terror. "The dead walk again. The others have returned." Aemon's grip tightened on Frostfire's hilt. The legends were true then. The long night was no mere tale to frighten children, but a horror soon to engulf the world once more. Without hesitation, Aemon called his most trusted advisors to the chamber of the painted table. As they gathered around the ancient map of the North, tension hung thick in the air. "We must act swiftly," Aemon declared, his voice carrying the weight of command. "I will lead an expedition beyond the Wall to seek out the one weapon that might turn the tide against this darkness." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the chamber. Maester Quillen, his chains clinking softly, stepped forward. "Surely you don't mean the frozen flame? It's but a myth, a tale told by wildlings around their fires." Aemon's eyes blazed with determination. "Myth or not, it's our only hope. The legends speak of a relic of pure fire, capable of banishing the cold of the others. We must find it before they do." As preparations were made, Aemon assembled an unlikely band of companions for this perilous quest. There was Ygritte, a fierce wildling spearwife with hair kissed by fire, and a knowledge of the lands beyond the Wall unmatched by any crow. Alongside her stood Esser Alliser Thorne, a disgraced knight seeking redemption, his once proud demeanor tempered by years of harsh duty on the Wall. Maester Quillen, despite his initial skepticism, insisted on joining the expedition. His vast knowledge of history and lore, he argued, could prove invaluable in deciphering the clues that would lead them to the frozen flame. As they set out into the haunted forest, the world seemed to grow darker with each step. Ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Snow crunched beneath their feet, and every shadow held the promise of lurking danger. Ygritte led the way, her keen eyes scanning the wilderness for signs of both prey and predator. "We're being watched," she muttered, her breath misting in the frigid air. "The old gods have no power here anymore." Days blended into nights as they pressed deeper into the uncharted wilds. They battled through blizzards that sought to bury them alive and crossed treacherous ice fields where every step could mean plunging into the freezing depths below. On the 7th night, as they huddled around a meager fire, Esser Alliser's gruff voice broke the silence. "Why do you really seek this flame, Lord Commander? Is it truly for the realm, or for your own glory?" Aemon's gaze met the knight's challenge unflinchingly. "I seek it because I must, Esser Alliser. The burden of command leaves no room for personal ambition. We either succeed together, or we fail, and the world falls to eternal winter." As if in response to his words, an unearthly howl split the night. The group sprang to their feet, weapons drawn, as shapes emerged from the swirling snow whites, their eyes glowing with unholy blue fire. The battle was fierce and desperate. Frostfire sang as Aemon cleaved through the undead, each strike sending up a shower of sparks. Ygritte's spear found its mark time and again, while Esser Alliser fought with the fury of a man with nothing left to lose. Maester Quillen, unused to combat, found himself cornered by a monstrous bear white. As its rotting paw swung down, A flash of steel intercepted the blow. Esser Alicer stood before him, his sword lodged deep in the creature's skull. "Perhaps there's honor in you yet, Crow," Ygritte called out, a newfound respect in her voice. As the last white fell, an unnatural silence descended upon the forest. The group looked to one another, the shared experience of battle forging a bond stronger than any oath. "We're close," Aemon declared, his instinct screaming that their goal lay just beyond reach. "The others wouldn't send their minions unless we threatened their plans." Pressing on, they came upon an ancient ring of standing stones, each covered in runes that glowed with an inner light. At the center stood a pedestal of ice, and upon it a flame that burned without heat or smoke. The frozen flame. As Aemon approached, a figure materialized from the swirling snow, another, its crystalline armor gleaming in the ethereal light. Its voice, when it spoke, was like the cracking of glaciers. "You are too late, son of summer," it hissed. "The long night comes, and this time there will be no dawn." Aemon raised Frostfire, its Valyrian steel singing with power. "As long as men draw breath, there will always be hope," he declared. The battle that ensued was like none other in living memory. Steel clashed against ice, each blow sending shockwaves through the air. The other moved with inhuman speed and grace, but Aemon matched it step for step, driven by the knowledge that failure meant the end of everything. As they fought, Maester Quillen studied the runes on the standing stones, his mind racing to decipher their meaning. Ygritte and Esser Alicer stood back to back, fending off a fresh wave of whites that threatened to overwhelm them. In a moment of clarity, Quillen's voice rang out. "The flame, it's not just a weapon, it's a key. The runes speak of a door sealed at the dawn of time." Aemon, locked in combat with the other, called out, "What door? What does it mean?" "A door to summer," Quillen shouted, "to a realm of eternal warmth that can drive back the darkness." With renewed purpose, Aemon fought on. Each clash of his sword against the other's weapon sent sparks flying, igniting the very air around them. In a final, desperate move, Aemon feinted left, then spun right, driving Frostfire deep into the other's chest. The creature exploded into a shower of ice crystals, and in that moment of victory, Aemon lunged for the frozen flame. As his hand closed around it, a searing pain shot through his body. Visions flashed before his eyes, summers long past, winters yet to come, and a door of light standing between worlds. With a cry of anguish and triumph, Aemon thrust the flame skyward. The standing stones began to hum, their runes blazing with power. The air itself seemed to tear open, revealing a portal of pure golden light. "The door," Quillen gasped. "You've opened it." A wave of warmth washed over them, driving back the cold and causing the whites to crumble to dust. Through the portal, they could see rolling hills of green grass and a sun that promised never to set. But as quickly as it had appeared, the vision began to fade. Aemon, his strength failing, realized the terrible price of their victory. "The door must be sealed," he said, his voice barely a whisper. From the other side, understanding dawned in his companion's eyes. Ygritte, tears freezing on her cheeks, nodded. "Go, Crow. Be the shield that guards the realms of men one last time." Esser Alicer, all trace of bitterness gone from his face, clasped Aemon's arm. "It has been an honor, Lord Commander. Songs will be sung of this day, with a final look at the world he had sworn to protect." Aemon Valyrian stepped through the portal. As it closed behind him, sealing the darkness away, the frozen flame exploded into a million points of light, scattering to the four winds. In the years that followed, the tale of Aemon's sacrifice became legend. The winter that had threatened to engulf the world receded, and a summer longer than any in living memory blessed the lands. And on the wall, where the Night's Watch continued their vigil, it was said that on the coldest, darkest nights, a warm breeze would sometimes blow from the north, carrying with it the faint scent of summer flowers and the whispered thanks of a hero who had given everything to save the world he loved. Story 3. In the shimmering city of Tyrosh, where the very air was perfumed with exotic spices and whispered secrets, Lysandra moved like a shadow through the bustling streets. Her hair, dyed a deep azure to match the city's famous hue, concealed eyes that had witnessed horrors beyond imagining. Today, Those eyes were fixed on the towering palace that dominated the skyline, its golden domes gleaming in the setting sun. For years, Lysandra had honed her craft in the hidden chambers of the Whispering Sisterhood, an ancient order of assassins sworn to liberate the oppressed. Tonight, she would put those skills to the ultimate test. The Archon of Tyrosh, a tyrant whose cruelty knew no bounds, had enslaved her people and countless others. His reign of terror would end by her hand. As twilight descended, Lysandra slipped into the palace grounds, her movements fluid and silent as a cat's. The air hummed with an otherworldly energy, a reminder of the mystical forces that permeated this realm. She could feel the weight of her mission pressing down upon her, the culmination of years of planning and sacrifice. Scaling the palace walls with preternatural grace, Lysandra found herself in a lavish courtyard. Fountains bubbled with water tinted every color of the rainbow, and exotic birds with iridescent plumage flitted between trees heavy with golden fruit. But beneath this veneer of beauty, she sensed a wrongness, a corruption that seemed to seep from the very stones. As she crept towards the Archon's private chambers, a commotion in a nearby hall caught her attention. Peering through an ornate archway, Lysandra's breath caught in her throat. There, surrounded by sycophantic courtiers, stood the Archon himself. But it was the object he held aloft that made her blood run cold. In his gnarled hands gleamed a scepter of unmistakable Valyrian design, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with an eerie light. Lysandra's mind raced, recalling ancient tales whispered by her mentors in the Sisterhood. This was no mere trinket, but an artifact of immense power, said to have been forged in the fires of old Valyria itself. Behold, the Archon's voice boomed, filling the hall, the key to our ascendancy. With this, the legacy of Valyria shall be reborn, and Tyrosh will rule not just the disputed lands, but all of Essos. A chill ran down Lysandra's spine. This was far more than a simple matter of tyranny and liberation. The Archon's ambitions, fueled by Valyrian sorcery, threatened to plunge the known world into chaos. Slipping away from the gathering, Lysandra's mind whirled with new purpose. Her mission had changed. It was no longer enough to simply eliminate the Archon. She had to uncover the full extent of his plans and put a stop to them before it was too late. Using every ounce of her training, Lysandra infiltrated deeper into the palace. In hidden chambers and secret vaults, she discovered evidence of a vast conspiracy. Ancient tomes spoke of rituals to awaken long-dormant dragons. Maps detailed invasion plans that would make even the Dothraki horse lords tremble, and everywhere, the symbol of a three-headed dragon wreathed in flames. As dawn approached, Lysandra prepared to make her escape, her belt pouches heavy with stolen documents, and her mind burdened with the weight of her discoveries. But as she rounded a corner, she found herself face to face with a figure she had hoped never to see again. Well, drawled Farrell, his bravosy accent thick with amusement. The little bird has flown far from her nest. Lysandra's hand flew to the hilt of her dagger, but Sirio merely raised an eyebrow. Peace, child. If I wished you dead, we would not be having this conversation. What are you doing here, Sirio? Lysandra hissed, her eyes darting for possible escape routes. The Bravosi's expression grew serious. The same as you, I suspect, trying to prevent a catastrophe that would make the doom of Valyria look like a summer squall. For a moment, Lysandra wavered. Sirio had been her first teacher in the arts of stealth and subterfuge, before she had joined the Sisterhood. If he was here, the Sea Lord sent you, she realized aloud. Sirio nodded. Bravos has long stood against slavery and tyranny. We cannot allow the Archon's madness to spread. A plan began to form in Lysandra's mind. I have information, she said, but I'll need help to act on it. Then it seems our paths align once more. Sirio replied with a roguish grin. Come, we have much to discuss and little time. As they made their way through secret passages known only to the palace's oldest servants, Lysandra and Sirio pieced together the full scope of the Archon's plans. The Valyrian scepter was but one piece of a larger puzzle. Scattered across Essos were other artifacts of immense power, waiting to be awakened by one with the right bloodline and knowledge. He means to recreate the Valyrian freehold. Lysandra breathed, the enormity of the threat dawning on her. With himself as its eternal emperor, Syrio finished grimly. We must gather allies, and quickly. This is a threat that transcends old rivalries. In the days that followed, Lysandra found herself at the center of a whirlwind of covert meetings and clandestine alliances. Representatives from Bravos, Pentos, and even distant Ashe gathered in hidden corners of Tyrosh, drawn by the urgency of her warning. But even as their coalition grew, so too did the Archon's power. Strange lights were seen in the skies over the city, and people spoke in hushed whispers of scaled wings glimpsed in the clouds. Time was running out. On the night of the new moon, when the stars seemed to burn with an otherworldly intensity, Lysandra led a desperate assault on the palace. Syrio and his Bravosi water dancers cleared a path through the guards, while mages from Ashe wove spells of concealment and misdirection. Fighting their way to the heart of the palace, they found the Archon in the midst of a dark ritual. The Valyrian scepter pulsed with malevolent energy, and around him, the air shimmered with heat haze. "You're too late," the Archon cackled, his eyes blazing with madness. "The power of old Valyria flows through my veins. I am become as a god." But as he raised the scepter high, preparing to unleash its full power, Lysandra saw her opening. With a flick of her wrist, a vial of exotic poison shattered at the Archon's feet. Green vapor coiled around him, and for a crucial moment, his concentration wavered. In that instant, Lysandra struck. Her dagger, coated with a venom known only to the Whispering Sisterhood, found its mark in the Archon's heart. As he fell, the scepter clattered to the ground, its glow fading. But the danger was not yet past. The energies unleashed by the ritual swirled chaotically, threatening to tear reality asunder. Acting on instinct, Lysandra grasped the scepter, feeling its power course through her. For a moment, she was tempted. With this, she could reshape the world and tyranny forever. But in her mind's eye, she saw the faces of her mentors in the Sisterhood, heard their warnings about the corrupting nature of absolute power. With a cry of defiance, Lysandra brought the scepter down upon her knee, shattering it into 1,000 glittering shards. A shockwave of pure magic exploded outward, and for a heartbeat, the veil between worlds grew thin. Lysandra glimpsed impossible vistas, dragons soaring over crystal spires, shadows dancing in halls of living flame before reality reasserted itself. As the dust settled, Lysandra found herself surrounded by her allies. The threat was over, but the cost had been high. Many had fallen in the assault, and the repercussions of this night would echo through the free cities for years to come. In the days that followed, as Tyrosh struggled to come to terms with its liberation, Lysandra stood atop the highest tower of the palace. The rising sun painted the city in hues of gold and rose, a new dawn for a people too long oppressed. Syrio joined her, his usually jovial face solemn. "What will you do now, little bird?" Lysandra's gaze swept across the horizon, towards lands yet unexplored. There are other artifacts out there, other threats. Someone needs to find them, to make sure this never happens again. A smile tugged at Sirio's lips. "Then it seems your journey is just beginning." As a warm breeze carried the scent of the sea and promise of adventure, Lysandra felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She had been forged in shadow and tempered by fire, but now she would step into the light, a guardian against the darkness that always threatened to return. With a nod to Syrio and a last look at the city she had saved, Lysandra set out towards her destiny, ready to write the next chapter in a legend that was only just beginning. Story 4. In the heart of Westeros, where ancient forests whispered secrets of forgotten magic and towering castles cast long shadows across the land, a storm was brewing. The air crackled with tension as ravens took flight, their dark wings carrying tidings that would shake the very foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. Prince Demon Blackfire, exiled heir to a fallen dynasty, had returned. His arrival was heralded not by trumpets or banners, but by the earth-shaking roar of a beast long thought extinct. Atop the battlements of Storm's End, sentries watched in awe and terror as a massive dragon, scales gleaming like polished obsidian, circled overhead. Its rider, a figure wreathed in smoke and legend, brandished a sword that seemed to drink in the very light around it. Blackfire, the ancestral Valyrian steel blade of House Targaryen, had returned to Westeros. As word spread like wildfire across the realm, the great houses scrambled to choose sides in the conflict to come. But in the frozen reaches of the north, where the old gods still held sway, an unlikely champion arose to face this threat from across the narrow sea. Alysanne Stark, known as the She-Wolf of Winterfell, stood before the heart tree in the Godswood, its blood-red leaves rustling in a wind that carried the scent of change. Her gray eyes, sharp as Valyrian steel, gazed into the carved face of the weirwood, seeking guidance from powers older than the wall itself. A vision flashed before her, flames consuming the Iron Throne, a three-headed dragon rising from the ashes, and a winter so deep it threatened to swallow the world. As she stumbled back, gasping for breath, Alysanne knew her path was set. The north would not bend to dragon or flame. It would endure, as it always had. With the blessing of her father, the Lord of Winterfell, Alysanne set out on a perilous journey. Her quest, to unite the fractured kingdoms against the Blackfire threat and uncover the secrets that might turn the tide against Dragonfire itself. Her first stop was the Citadel in Old Town, that ancient seat of learning where masters had long guarded the knowledge of the realm. There, in the labyrinthine corridors lined with towering bookshelves, Alysanne sought out Archmaster Marwyn, known as the Mage for his unconventional studies of the higher mysteries. "The dragon has 3 heads," Marwyn muttered cryptically as he pored over ancient scrolls, his chain clinking softly. "But ice has a song of its own, my lady. Seek out the children of the forest in the haunted depths of the Wolfswood. They remember the ways of the first men, magics older than Valyria itself." Armed with this knowledge, Alysanne ventured into the primeval heart of the north. For days she wandered through mist-shrouded groves, feeling eyes upon her that belonged to no mortal creature. On the 7th night, as she slept fitfully beneath the boughs of a massive weirwood, she was awakened by soft singing in a language older than words. The children of the forest, those mythical beings of legend, emerged from the shadows. Their eyes, large and luminous, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. They spoke to Alysanne of ancient pacts, of the balance between fire and ice, and of a weapon forged in the dawn of days that could stand against even the mightiest dragon. "Seek the Horn of Winter," they whispered, their voices like rustling leaves. "Hidden in the depths of the fist of the first men, beyond the wall, its call can shatter ice and wake giants from the earth." Alysanne's journey took her to the very edge of the known world. At Castle Black, she rallied the Night's Watch to her cause, reminding them that their true purpose was to guard the realms of men against all threats, be they from beyond the wall or across the sea. With a small band of black brothers and wildling allies, Alysanne ventured into the haunted forest. They battled through blizzards that sought to bury them alive, fought off shadowcats with eyes like gleaming amethysts, and navigated treacherous ice fields where every step could mean plunging into the freezing depths below. At last, they reached the Fist of the First Men, that ancient hill fort where the Night's Watch had made its last stand against the others in ages past. As they searched the ruins, a mournful howl echoed across the frozen wasteland. From the swirling snow emerged a massive direwolf, its fur as white as the landscape around it, eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. The direwolf led them to a hidden cave beneath the Fist, where the air hummed with old magic. There, nestled in a bed of blue winter roses, lay the Horn of Winter. As Alysanne's hand closed around its cool surface, visions flashed before her eyes: the raising of the wall, the pact between the first men and the children, and battles against creatures of living ice. But their victory was short-lived. As they emerged from the cave, the sky darkened with the beating of mighty wings. Demon Blackfire had come, his dragon's roar shaking the very foundations of the earth. "Yield, Lady Stark," Demon called out, his voice carrying over the howling wind. "Bend the knee, and the North shall have a place of honor in my new empire." Alysanne stood tall, the Horn of Winter clutched to her chest. "The North remembers Blackfire. We do not kneel to dragons or would be conquerors. This land is as harsh as it is beautiful, and it breeds a people just as strong. You will find no easy conquest here." With a snarl of rage, Demon urged his dragon into a dive, flames building in its maw. But Alysanne was ready. Raising the horn to her lips, she blew a single, clear note that seemed to make the very air vibrate. The effect was instantaneous. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and from the frozen earth rose massive figures of living ice and stone. The giants of legend awakened from their long slumber. They hurled boulders at the dragon, forcing it to veer off course, its flames harmlessly scorching the snow. As the battle raged, Alysanne felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. The old gods were with her, their strength flowing through the ancient horn. With each note she blew, the storm grew fiercer, until Demon and his dragon were forced to retreat, buffeted by winds that seemed to have a mind of their own. In the aftermath of the battle, as the giants lumbered back to their ages-long sleep, Alysanne knew that this was but the first skirmish in a war that would reshape the face of Westeros. The threat of the Black Fires was far from over, and darker dangers still lurked beyond the wall. Gathering her allies close, Alysanne began the long journey south. Ravens would fly to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, carrying her call to arms. The time had come for the realm to unite against fire and darkness, with the North standing as the first line of defense. As they made their way through the haunted forest, Alysanne felt the weight of destiny upon her shoulders. She was no longer just the she-wolf of Winterfell, but a champion chosen by forces beyond mortal understanding. The Song of Ice and Fire had begun, and she would see it through to its final verse, no matter the cost. The fate of Westeros hung in the balance, poised between the searing heat of Dragonfire and the unyielding cold of the far north. But in Alysanne Stark, the realm had found a leader who embodied the very spirit of the land, resilient, fierce, and unbowed by the storms that raged around her. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the snow-capped peaks in hues of gold and rose, Alysanne allowed herself a moment of hope. The road ahead would be long and fraught with peril, but with the strength of the North at her back and the wisdom of the ancients to guide her, she would forge a path through the coming darkness. The Horn of Winter hung at her side, a constant reminder of the power and responsibility she now carried. And as they pressed on towards Winterfell, where the next chapter of this epic tale would unfold, Alysanne Stark's voice rose in a song as old as the hills themselves, a song of ice and fire, of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, and of a land that would never bow, never break, so long as there was breath in the bodies of those who called it home. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient forest of Soar, where trees as old as time itself whispered secrets to the wind, a hunted man ran for his life. He was the last of the Green Men, guardians of magic older than the rise and fall of empires. His emerald robes, once a symbol of reverence, now served only to make him a target for the Dothraki bloodriders who pursued him with savage determination. As arrows whistled past his ears, the Green Man clutched a small, pulsing ember to his chest. This was no ordinary flame, but the last spark of Valyrian magic, salvaged from the doom that had consumed the greatest civilization the world had ever known. In it lay the power to reshape destiny itself, or to plunge the world into eternal darkness if it fell into the wrong hands. With his last ounce of strength, the Green Man stumbled into a hidden grove. At its center stood an ancient weirwood tree, its bone-white branches reaching towards the sky like gnarled fingers. As the sound of hoofbeats grew closer, he pressed his hand against the tree's carved face, his voice barely a whisper. "Find the one with the blood of dragons and the heart of a smith. Only he can reforge what was broken." The weirwood's eyes began to weep red sap, and the ember in the Green Man's hand flared brilliantly before vanishing into the tree's bark. As the Dothraki burst into the clearing, their arcs glinting in the moonlight, the last of the Green Men smiled. His task was done. The future of magic now rested in hands yet unknown. Miles away, in the teeming port city of Volantis, young Syrio awoke with a start, his body drenched in sweat. Visions of fire and blood danced behind his eyes, and an inexplicable warmth coursed through his veins. As he stumbled to the window of his modest quarters above the forge where he apprenticed, he gazed out at the star-strewn sky, unaware that his destiny had just been irrevocably altered. Days passed, and Syrio found himself plagued by strange occurrences. Metal seemed to bend to his will with uncanny ease, and flames in the forge danced at his command. His master, an old Cohoric smith named Tobo Mott, watched with growing unease, recognizing signs of power he had thought long extinct. On the seventh day, as Sirio worked late into the night on a particularly intricate dagger, the fire in the forge suddenly roared to life, its flames taking on an otherworldly hue. From the heart of the inferno emerged a figure of living flame, the ghost of the Green Man. "Hear me, son of Valyria," the apparition intoned, its voice like the crackling of burning wood. "The ember of the 14 flames burns within you. You must master its power, for the long night approaches, and only you can reforge the chain that binds the realms of men to the magic of old." Before Sirio could respond, the vision vanished, leaving him trembling and awestruck. But he was not alone for long. From the shadows of the forge stepped a woman clad in red, her eyes gleaming with an inner fire that matched the ruby at her throat. "I am Melisandre of Ashe," she said, her voice rich with the accent of the Far East. "And I have crossed half the world to find you, Sirio of the Dragon Blood. The Lord of Light has shown me visions of the role you must play in the war to come." Overwhelmed by the weight of destiny suddenly thrust upon him, Sirio could only nod mutely. In the span of a single night, his world had been turned upside down. He was no longer just a simple apprentice smith, but the heir to a magical legacy he scarcely understood. As dawn broke over Volantis, Sirio bid a tearful farewell to Tobomat, the only father he had ever known. With Melisandre as his guide, he set out on a perilous journey across Essos, seeking to unravel the mysteries of his newfound powers and the task that lay before him. Their path took them through lands of wonder and danger. In the shadow of the Bone Mountains, they encountered a tribe of skin changers who taught Sirio to commune with the beasts of the field and sky. In the port of Karth, they narrowly escaped the clutches of warlocks who sought to steal the Ember's power for their own dark purposes. But it was in the ruins of Old Guise that Sirio's destiny truly began to unfold. As they explored the crumbling remnants of a once great civilization, they were ambushed by a band of Sellswords led by a grizzled Westerosi exile named Jorah Mormont. "I was sent to kill you, boy," Jorah growled, his sword at Sirio's throat. "But something tells me there's more to you than meets the eye." Melisandre stepped forward, her red robes billowing in the hot desert wind. "This is no ordinary boy, Esser Jorah. He carries within him the last spark of Valyrian magic. Kill him, and you doom the world to darkness." For a long moment, tension crackled in the air like lightning. Then, to everyone's surprise, Jorah lowered his blade. "I've seen enough of darkness," he said warily. "Perhaps it's time I fought for the light for a change." With Jorah now as their protector, the unlikely trio continued their journey. Sirio's powers grew with each passing day, as did his understanding of the monumental task that lay before him. The ember within him was not just a source of magic, but a key to reawakening the dragons that had once ruled the skies of Valyria. Their quest led them to the smoking ruins of the Valyrian peninsula itself, a land still wreathed in the aftermath of the doom. As they picked their way through fields of dragon glass and lakes of bubbling lava, Sirio felt the ember within him pulse with increasing urgency. At last, they reached the heart of old Valyria, the shattered remnants of the 14 flames, the great volcanoes that had both fueled and destroyed the greatest civilization in history. Here, amidst the ruins of what was once the mightiest fortress in the world, they found what they sought: 3 dragon eggs, their scaled surfaces gleaming like polished jewels in the eerie light. But they were not alone. From the shadows emerged a figure that seemed woven from darkness itself, a shadow binder from Ashe, her eyes glowing with malevolent purpose. "The dragons will rise again," she hissed, her voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "But they will serve the great other, not your pitiful Lord of Light." What followed was a battle not just of steel and sorcery, but of will and destiny. Jorah's blade flashed as he held off the shadow binder's summoned wraiths, while Melisandre's flames pushed back the encroaching darkness. At the center of it all stood Sirio, the ember within him now raging inferno, as he poured every ounce of his newfound power into the dragon eggs. As the shadow binder lunged for the eggs, Sirio made his choice. With a cry that seemed to shake the very foundations of the ruined city, he plunged his hands into the nearest pool of lava. Pain beyond imagining seared through him, but he did not falter. The ember within him roared to life, and the lava flowed around his hands like water. leaving them unburned. With movements guided by instinct and ancient memory, Sirio began to forge. The lava was his metal, the magic in his blood his hammer. Before the astonished eyes of his companions and enemies alike, he shaped 3 amulets of incredible beauty and power, each one a perfect miniature of the dragon egg it was meant to awaken. As the last amulet took shape, a sound like the cracking of the world itself echoed across the ruins. The dragon eggs began to hatch, and from them emerged 3 creatures of legend, one as black as night, one as green as jade, and one as white as fresh fallen snow. The shadow binder howled in rage and despair as the newborn dragons took wing, their cries heralding the dawn of a new age of magic. With a final burst of dark power, she vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only the promise of future conflict. As the sun rose over the smoking ruins of Valyria, Sirio gazed in wonder at the dragons circling overhead. The ember within him had been transformed, distributed among the 3 magnificent creatures he had helped bring into the world. He knew that his journey was far from over indeed. It had only just begun. "What now?" Jorah asked, his voice filled with awe and not a little fear. Melisandre smiled, her eyes reflecting the flames of the newborn dragons. "Now we prepare for war. The long night approaches, and the song of ice and fire must be sung anew." Sirio nodded, feeling the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. He was no longer just Sirio, the smith's apprentice. He was Sirio Fireheart, the last scion of Valyria, for master of dragons and protector of the realms of men. As they made their way down from the ruins, dragons soaring overhead, Sirio knew that the true test of his powers and his courage lay ahead. But with the strength of his companions, the magic in his blood, and the fire of determination in his heart, he would face whatever challenges the future held. For the night was dark and full of terrors, but the fire of Valyria burned bright once more, ready to light the way through the darkness to come. Story 6. High above the clouds, where the air shimmers with magic and the sky stretches endlessly in all directions, floats the majestic city of Aethoria. Its gleaming spires and graceful arches seem to dance on the wind, defying gravity with an ethereal beauty that has captivated travelers for centuries. At the heart of this floating wonder stands the Crystal Palace, home to King Aether and his daughter, Princess Lyra. As dawn breaks, casting a rosy glow across the city's pearlescent buildings, Lyra stands at her chamber window, her long silver hair catching the first rays of sunlight. Her violet eyes, a testament to her Targaryen bloodline, scan the horizon with a mixture of wonder and unease. For months now, a shadow has been growing over Aethoria, one that even the brightest mornings cannot dispel. "Your Highness," a voice calls from behind her. Lyra turns to see her handmaiden, Arya, holding a tray of breakfast delicacies. "The king requests your presence in the throne room." Lyra nods, her heart heavy. These summons have become increasingly frequent, and each time she finds her father more distant, his once warm eyes now cold and unfocused. As she makes her way through the palace corridors, the whispers of courtiers follow her, like persistent specters. The king grows stranger by the day, one nobleman murmurs. "It's as if he's no longer himself," another replies, quickly falling silent as Lyra passes. The throne room doors swing open, revealing a vast chamber adorned with intricate frescoes depicting the history of Aethoria. At its center, King Aether sits upon the cloud throne, a masterpiece of sculpted mist and solidified starlight. But it's not the throne that catches Lyra's attention. It's the object clasped in her father's hand, a small obsidian orb that pulses with an ominous red light. "Oh, my daughter," King Aether's voice booms, but there's a hollowness to it that sends chills down Lyra's spine. "Come, witness the dawn of a new era for Aethoria." As Lyra approaches, she notices the unnatural stillness of the court, the glazed expressions on the faces of advisors and guards alike. Her father's eyes, once the color of summer skies, now glow with the same eerie red as the orb he clutches. "Father," Lyra begins cautiously, "what is that you're holding?" A twisted smile crosses the king's face. "This, my dear, is the heart of Valyrian, an ancient artifact of unimaginable power. With it, I shall ensure Aethoria's dominion over all the realms, Both above and below the clouds, horror washes over Lyra as she realizes the extent of the artifact's control over her father. She opens her mouth to protest, but before she can utter a word, a commotion erupts at the chamber's entrance. "Intruder!" A guard shouts, his voice breaking through the unnatural silence. A figure in a dark cloak darts between the confused courtiers, moving with the grace of a shadow. Guards lunge forward, but the intruder is too quick, evading their grasp with ease. As the figure nears the throne, Lyra catches a glimpse of familiar green eyes beneath the hood. Zephyr, the notorious sky pirate and thorn in the side of Aethoria's nobility. With a fluid motion, Zephyr snatches the orb from the king's hand. "I'll be taking this, your majesty," he quips, his voice a mixture of mischief and determination. King Ether's roar of rage shakes the very foundations of the palace. "Seize him. Bring me the heart of Valyrian." Chaos erupts in the throne room. Guards surge forward, courtiers scramble for safety, and Lyra finds herself caught in the middle of the mayhem. Without thinking, she grabs Zephyr's arm. "This way," she hisses, pulling him towards a hidden passage behind a tapestry. They race through narrow corridors, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter behind them. Lyra's mind whirls with questions and accusations, but survival takes precedence. They emerge onto a small balcony overlooking the lower levels of Aethoria. "Well, Princess," Zephyr says, a roguish grin on his face despite their dire situation. "I didn't expect royal assistance in my heist." Lyra glares at him. "This is no mere theft, is it? You know what this artifact is doing to my father." Zephyr's expression sobers. "Aye, and to the entire city. The heart of Valyrian is a relic of old Valyria, created to control dragons. But in the wrong hands, it can enslave minds just as easily." A screech from above interrupts their conversation. Looking up, Lyra gasps at the sight of a massive, scaled form circling the crystal palace. Its scales shimmer with an unnatural red glow, matching the pulsing light of the orb in Zephyr's hand. "Is that?" Lyra breathes, unable to believe her eyes. "Vermithrax, the last known dragon in the realms," Zephyr confirms grimly. "Corrupted by the same magic that's taken hold of your father." The reality of their situation crashes down on Lyra. Her father, her home, even the legendary creature she'd heard stories about since childhood, all under the sway of this malevolent artifact. "We have to destroy it," she says, her voice filled with newfound determination. Zephyr shakes his head. "It's not that simple. The heart of Valyrian can only be unmade where it was forged in the fires of the Forge of Souls, hidden within the storm peaks." Lyra's gaze turns to the distant mountains, their jagged peaks shrouded in perpetual storm clouds. "Then that's where we must go." "We?" Zephyr arches an eyebrow. "No offense, Princess, but this isn't exactly a royal pleasure cruise. This is my father, my kingdom," Lyra retorts. "I'm coming with you, Sky Pirate, whether you like it or not." A grudging respect flickers in Zephyr's eyes. "Very well, but we'll need to move fast. Your father's men won't be far behind." As if on cue, shouts echo from the corridor. They just escaped. Zephyr pulls a small, silver whistle from beneath his cloak and blows. The sound is lost in the wind, but moments later, a sleek airship rises from below, its sails shimmering with camouflage enchantments. "All aboard, Princess." Zephyr grins, extending his hand. Lyra hesitates for a heartbeat, looking back at the only home she's ever known. Then, squaring her shoulders, she takes Zephyr's hand and leaps onto the deck of the airship. As they soar away from Aethoria, Lyra watches her city grow smaller, the corrupted dragon's silhouette a dark blot against the crystal spires. She silently vows to return, to save her father and her people from the insidious magic that has taken hold. Their journey to the storm peaks is fraught with peril. They navigate through treacherous sky reefs, luminous clouds that can corrode the very wood of their ship. Harpies, their razor-sharp talons glinting in the sun, attack in swarms, forcing Lyra to discover reserves of courage she never knew she possessed as she wields a bow alongside Zephyr's crew. But it's not just external threats they face. As they draw closer to their destination, the heart of Valyrian pulses with increasing frequency, its malevolent influence seeping into their dreams. Lyra finds herself plagued by visions of Aethoria in flames, her father's accusing eyes haunting her waking moments. Zephyr, too, struggles against the artifact's pull. Lyra often finds him on deck late at night, his knuckles white, as he grips the ship's railing, fighting against whispered promises of power and control. It's during these quiet moments that Lyra begins to see beyond the sky pirate's roguish exterior. She learns of his childhood in the slums of Lower Aethoria, of the injustices that drove him to a life of theft and rebellion. In turn, she shares stories of the weight of royal expectations, of a gilded cage that had begun to feel stifling long before her father's transformation. As they near the storm peaks, their unlikely alliance deepens into something more, a friendship forged in shared danger and mutual understanding. The storm peaks live up to their name. Lightning arcs between the craggy spires, and winds howl with such force that they threaten to tear the airship apart. It takes all of Zephyr's considerable skill to navigate through the chaos, finally bringing them to a precarious landing on a narrow ledge. The Forge of Souls lies within. Zephyr shouts over the storm, pointing to a dark opening in the mountainside. But legend speaks of a guardian, a being of pure magic that tests all who seek to use the Forge's power. Lyra nods, her face set with determination. Then we face it together. They make their way into the cave, the heart of Valyrian pulsing ever faster in Zephyr's pack. The narrow passageway opens into a vast cavern. At its center, a swirling vortex of molten rock and lightning, the Forge of Souls. Before they can approach, the air shimmers and a figure coalesces before them. It's as if the storm outside has taken human form, a being of swirling winds and crackling energy. Who dares to seek the power of the Forge? The Guardian's voice echoes through the cavern, shaking loose stones from the ceiling. Lyra steps forward, her voice unwavering. We come not to seek power, but to destroy it. This artifact threatens all we hold dear. The Guardian's featureless face seems to study them. The Forge's fire can unmake what was made, but the price is high. Only one of Valyrian blood can withstand its heat. Are you prepared for such a sacrifice? Lyra's heart pounds in her chest. She thinks of her father, of Aethoria, of all that hangs in the balance. I am, she says, reaching for the heart of Valyrian. But Zephyr's hand closes over hers. Wait, he says, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. You're needed to rule Aethoria, to make it the kingdom it should be. Let me do this. Lyra stares at him in shock. Zephyr, you can't. You're not of Valyrian blood. The fire will consume you. A sad smile crosses Zephyr's face. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, princess. It seems the blood of dragons flows through more veins than just the noble houses. With that, he snatches the orb and dashes towards the forge. No, Lyra cries, but it's too late. Zephyr plunges the heart of Valyrian into the swirling vortex of the forge. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, a column of fire erupts from the forge, engulfing Zephyr. Lyra shields her eyes from the blinding light, her heart breaking at the thought of losing her newfound friend. But as the flames die down, she hears a sound that fills her with wild hope, the beating of mighty wings. Where Zephyr once stood, a dragon now rises. Its scales shimmer with all the colors of the storm, its eyes the same mesmerizing green she'd come to know so well. The Guardian's voice rings out once more. The blood of Valyria runs true. The heart of Valyrian is no more, its power transformed. Go now and right the wrongs it has wrought. Trembling, Lyra approaches the dragon. Yet he lowers his head, allowing her to place a hand on his scaled snout. In those intelligent eyes, she sees the friend she thought lost. Well, she says, a watery smile on her face, I suppose this solves our transportation problem. With a rumble that might be laughter, the dragon lowers his body, inviting her to climb onto his back. As they soar out of the cave and into the storm-racked sky, Lyra feels a surge of hope. They race back to Aethoria, where a great battle awaits. The corrupted Vermithrax, now free of the heart of Valyrian's influence but confused and enraged, wreaks havoc on the floating city. Lyra and Zephyr dance through the sky in an aerial ballet of fire and wind, working in perfect harmony to subdue the ancient dragon without destroying it. In the end, it's not force but compassion that wins the day. Lyra, channeling the newfound power in her Valyrian blood, reaches out to Vermithrax's mind, soothing its pain and fury. The great dragon relents, bowing its head in submission to the last Targaryen princess. With the heart of Valyrian destroyed, King Ether and the people of Aethoria awaken from their enchanted stupor. The kingdom rejoices, but the celebrations are bittersweet for Lyra. She has saved her father and her people, but at what seems to be the cost of her closest friend. Yet, as the dust settles and the work of rebuilding begins, Lyra often feels a familiar presence at her side. A whisper of wind with a hint of mischief, the brief shimmer of green eyes in the clouds. And on nights when the moon is full and the stars shine bright, those lucky enough to be awake might catch a glimpse of the princess soaring through the sky on the back of a storm-colored dragon, her laughter echoing like music on the wind. For in Aethoria, where magic flows as freely as the air itself, the line between legend and reality is ever shifting, and the greatest adventures are those that live on in the hearts of the people, passed down through generations as a reminder that true nobility comes not from blood, but from the choices we make and the sacrifices we're willing to endure for those we love. Story 7. Beyond the wall, where the winds howl with ancient secrets, and the snow never truly melts, a lone figure trudged through the desolate landscape. Lyanna Snow, ranger of the Night's Watch, pulled her black cloak tighter around her shoulders, her breath forming misty clouds in the frigid air. The haunted forest loomed before her, its gnarled trees reaching towards a sky heavy with the promise of another endless winter. As she ventured deeper into the primordial wood, Lyanna's hand instinctively tightened on the hilt of Longclaw, the Valyrian steel sword that had been her constant companion since she'd taken the black. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an unnatural stillness settling over the land like a shroud. Suddenly, a flicker of blue light caught her eye, emanating from a crevice in a nearby glacier. Curiosity overcame caution, and Lyanna found herself drawn towards the ethereal glow. As she approached, the ice before her shimmered and parted, revealing a hidden passage that seemed to lead into the very heart of the frozen wasteland. With a deep breath, Lyanna stepped into the unknown. The narrow tunnel twisted and turned, opening finally into a vast chamber that took her breath away. Before her stood an ancient fortress, its spires and battlements crafted from ice so clear it seemed to be spun from starlight. And there, emblazoned on the gates in frosty splendor, was a sigil she'd only ever seen in the dusty tomes of Castle Black's library, the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. By the old gods and the new, Lyanna whispered, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. A Targaryen stronghold here beyond the wall, as if in response to her words. A low rumble shook the chamber. Lyanna's eyes widened as a section of the icy floor began to crack and shift. From the depths of the fortress emerged a creature of legend, a dragon, its scales the color of freshly fallen snow, its eyes twin pools of liquid sapphire. The beast regarded Lyanna with an intelligence that sent shivers down her spine. Then, to her amazement, it spoke, its voice resonating in her mind rather than her ears. At last, the dragon intoned, "A child of ice and fire has come to awaken us from our long slumber." Lyanna stood rooted to the spot, her mind reeling. "Who? What are you?" "I am Eamon, the last of the ice dragons, bound to this place by ancient magic to await the coming of one who could unite the realms of men against the true enemy." As the dragon's words sank in, Lyanna felt a warmth spreading through her body, a stark contrast to the frigid air around them. A memory surfaced, her father's voice, speaking of her mother in hushed tones on a snowy night long ago. "You have more of her in you than you know," he'd said, a sadness in his eyes that she'd never fully understood. "Until now." "You mean I'm not just a snow?" Lyanna asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eamon's crystalline eyes seemed to soften. "You are Lyanna Targaryen, daughter of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen, and the last hope for the realms of men." The revelation hit Lyanna like a physical blow. She staggered back, her mind awash with implications. All her life, she believed herself to be nothing more than a bastard, lucky to have found purpose in the Night's Watch. Now, she learned that royal blood flowed through her veins, blood that apparently held the key to awakening an ancient power. As if sensing her turmoil, Aemon lowered his great head, bringing his eyes level with Lyanna's. "I know this is much to bear, young one, but time grows short. The others stir in the lands of always winter, and only united can the realms of men hope to stand against them." Lyanna took a deep breath, steeling herself. She'd sworn an oath to be the shield that guards the realms of men. If this was how she was meant to fulfill that vow, so be it. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice growing stronger with each word. "We must fly south," Eamon replied, a note of urgency in his mental voice. "To warn the kingdoms of the threat that comes for them all." With a grace that belied his massive size, Eamon lowered his body, inviting Lyanna to climb onto his back. As she settled between his crystalline spines, she felt a surge of something. Power, perhaps, or destiny. Whatever it was, it thrummed through her veins like liquid fire. With a mighty beat of his wings, Eamon launched them into the air. They burst from the hidden fortress in a shower of ice crystals, soaring above the endless expanse of the haunted forest. Lyanna gasped as the world fell away beneath them, the wall appearing as nothing more than a thin line on the horizon. As they flew south, Lyanna's mind raced with questions. How would the Seven Kingdoms react to the return of a Targaryen, especially one who came bearing warnings of an apocalyptic threat? And how could she, a mere ranger of the Night's Watch, hope to unite a realm torn apart by centuries of strife and mistrust? Their first stop was Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark. As Eamon descended into the courtyard, chaos erupted. Guards shouted in alarm, and small folk ran for cover. Lyanna slid from the dragon's back, her hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I come with a warning," she called out, her voice carrying across the stunned crowd. "The long night approaches once more, and the dead march on the realms of the living." From the great hall emerged a familiar figure, Jon Snow, her half-brother, or was it cousin now? Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. His eyes widened in recognition, then narrowed as he took in the impossible sight before him. "Lyanna," he asked, disbelief coloring his voice. "What in the name of the old gods is going on?" And so Lyanna told her tale of the hidden Targaryen fortress, of Aemon the Ice Dragon, and of the threat that loomed beyond the wall. As she spoke, she saw the doubt in Jon's eyes slowly give way to grim acceptance. He, too, had seen things beyond the wall that defied explanation. "The North will stand with you," Jon declared, clasping Lyanna's arm. "But the other kingdoms won't be so easily convinced," and he was right. As Lyanna and Aemon journeyed across Westeros, they met with suspicion, fear, and outright hostility. In King's Landing, the Baratheon king refused to even grant them an audience, denouncing Lyanna as a pretender and a threat to his rule. But slowly, steadily, Lyanna began to gather allies. In the Reach, House Tyrell pledged their support, swayed by tales of the Long Night from their archives. The Martells of Dorne, ever mistrustful of the Iron Throne, saw an opportunity in backing a new Targaryen claim. And in the Iron Islands, of all places, Lyanna found an unexpected ally in Yara Greyjoy, who recognized the threat the others posed to all who drew breath. Yet even as Lyanna's coalition grew, so too did the signs of the coming winter. Ravens arrived from Castle Black, bearing dire news of wildling attacks and strange movements beyond the wall. The days grew shorter, the nights colder, and an unnatural mist began to creep across the land. It was in the eyrie, high in the mountains of the moon, that Lyanna received the news she'd been dreading. The wall had fallen, its icy barrier shattered by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The army of the dead poured into the north, an unstoppable tide of cold and darkness. As Lyanna prepared to fly north with Aemon, rallying what forces she could, a new complication arose. From across the narrow sea came word of another Targaryen Daenerys Stormborn, the mother of dragons, sailing for Westeros with an army at her back and 3 fire-breathing dragons wheeling overhead. Lyanna's heart sank. Would she now have to contend with a rival claimant, even as the fate of all humanity hung in the balance? But as Aemon soared over Blackwater Bay, meeting the oncoming Targaryen fleet, Lyanna saw not an enemy, but hope incarnate. For the first time in centuries, ice and fire would unite. Lyanna Targaryen, astride her ice dragon, and Daenerys Targaryen, flanked by her children of flame, would lead the charge against the encroaching darkness. As the combined armies of Westeros marched north to meet the threat, Lyanna felt the weight of prophecy settling upon her shoulders. She was no longer just a bastard of the North or a ranger of the Night's Watch. She was the song of ice and fire made flesh, born to face this moment. The final battle loomed, a clash that would determine the fate of not just Westeros, but all the world. And as Lyanna urged Aemon forward, Longclaw gleaming in her hand, she knew that whatever the outcome, legends would be born this day. The long night had come again, but this time, the realms of men would face it united, with dragons of ice and fire lighting their way through the darkness. Story 8. The sun rose over the narrow sea, its golden rays glinting off the waves like scattered coins. On the horizon, a lone ship cut through the mist, its black sails emblazoned with the sea-green seahorse of House Valyrian. At the prow stood Prince Keller Valyrian, his silver hair whipping in the salt-laden wind, violet eyes fixed on the approaching coastline of Westeros. After years of exile, he was finally returning home to claim his birthright, the Iron Throne. But as the ship drew closer to the shores of King's Landing, an eerie silence fell over the crew. The bustling port they expected was a ghost town, empty ships creaking at their moorings. "Something's wrong," Keller muttered, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his Valyrian steel sword, Seafoam. As they disembarked, the wrongness became horrifyingly clear. Scattered throughout the streets were figures frozen in various poses, merchants mid-haggle, children caught in eternal play. But these were no ordinary statues. Each figure was carved from gleaming obsidian, their faces twisted in expressions of surprise or terror. "By the Seven," breathed Keeler's advisor, Maester Varys. "It's as if they've been turned to stone." A scream pierced the air, and Keller sprinted towards the sound. Rounding a corner, he saw a young woman backing away from an older man whose skin was slowly darkening, hardening into the same glossy black stone. Without hesitation, Keller swept the woman into his arms and ran. "What's your name?" he asked as they fled through the deserted streets. "Rena," she gasped, her wild gray eyes meeting his. "Rena Targaryen." Keller nearly stumbled in shock. Another Targaryen, here in King's Landing. But there was no time for questions. They needed to find safety, to understand what dark sorcery had befallen the city. They took refuge in an abandoned sept, its seven-pointed star offering a modicum of comfort in the face of this inexplicable horror. As night fell, Rena told her tale of growing up among the free folk beyond the wall, unaware of her true heritage, until a dying wildling spearwife revealed the truth of her birth. "I came to King's Landing seeking answers," Rena explained, her voice trembling. "But I found only this plague." Keeler's mind raced. He had returned to claim a throne, but now faced a kingdom on the brink of destruction. "We need to find a way to stop this," he declared. "There must be a cure, some way to reverse the magic." It was Maester Varys who provided the first glimmer of hope. "There are legends," he said hesitant, "of the tears of Valyria gems said to hold the power of the 14 flames themselves. If anything could undo this curse, it would be them." And so began a perilous quest across a realm in chaos. Keller and Rena traveled north, dodging pockets of the obsidian plague as it spread across Westeros. In the Riverlands, they battled cultists who worshipped the plague as divine judgment. In the Vale, they navigated treacherous mountain passes, always one step ahead of the creeping darkness. Their journey was not without moments of light. Despite their differences, Keller raised in the courts of the free cities. Rena, among the harsh pragmatism of the wildlings, they found common ground in their shared Valyrian heritage. Around campfires, Keller taught Rena the history of their ancestors, while she showed him how to track game and survive in the wilderness. As they crossed into the north, the first snowflakes began to fall. The world seemed to hold its breath, the white expanse a stark contrast to the creeping black plague they fled. It was here, in the shadow of the wall, that they faced their greatest challenge yet. A kraken, monstrous and ancient, rose from the depths of the Bay of Ice. Its tentacles, each as thick as an old oak, lashed out at the shore, threatening to destroy the coastal villages and drag their petrified inhabitants into the depths. Keller drew Seafoam, its Valyrian steel glowing with an inner fire. Rena, proving her Targaryen blood, let out a battle cry that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Together, they charged into battle against the beast of legend. The fight was brutal and desperate. Keeler's sword flashed like lightning, severing tentacles with each swing. Rena, nimble and fierce, darted between the Kraken's attacks, driving her dragonglass dagger into its vulnerable spots. As the battle raged, the snow turned to sleet, then to stinging hail. The Kraken's blood steamed in the frigid air, and its unearthly shrieks echoed across the bay. In a final, desperate lunge, Keller plunged sea foam into the monster's eye. With a sound like a mountain crumbling, the Kraken sank beneath the waves, leaving behind only churning, bloodied water. Exhausted but victorious, Keller and Rena stood on the shore, their breath coming in ragged gasps. In that moment, as the storm began to clear, they saw it a glimmer of light from the top of the wall. The tears of Valyria, hidden for centuries in the very place no Valyrian had ever thought to look. The ascent of the wall was grueling, each step a battle against exhaustion and the biting cold. But at last, they reached the top, where a small cave held their prized 7 gems, each pulsing with an inner fire that seemed to hold the very essence of old Valyria. As Keller reached for the tears, a voice echoed through the cave. "Stop!" The shadows coalesced into a figure, a man with eyes as old as the wall itself. "I am the last Greenseer," he intoned, "guardian of these relics. You have proven yourselves worthy to claim them, but beware, their power comes at a great cost." The Greenseer's words hung heavy in the air as Keller and Rena exchanged glances. They had come so far, faced so much. Could they turn back now, when the salvation of Westeros was within their grasp? "What is the cost?" Rena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Greenseer's ancient eyes seemed to peer into their very souls. "The tears of Valyria will indeed cure the plague, but they require a sacrifice. Whoever uses them must give up that which they desire most." Keeler's hand tightened on Seafoam's hilt. The Iron Throne, his birthright, the very reason he had returned to Westeros. Could he give it all up? But as he looked at Rena, at the determination in her eyes and the strength in her bearing, he realized that sometime during their journey, his priorities had shifted. The throne no longer seemed as important as saving the people of Westeros, as building a future alongside this fierce Targaryen woman who had become more than just an ally. "I'll do it," Keller said, his voice ringing with certainty. The journey back south was a blur of haste and hope. As they traveled, they saw the black tide of the plague advancing. Entire towns turned to forests of obsidian statues. But now, armed with the tears of Valyria, they raced against time to reach the heart of the infection. Their destination was the Red Keep itself, where the plague had first appeared. As they entered the throne room, they found it transformed into a grotesque gallery of petrified nobles, frozen in their final moments of panic. At the foot of the Iron Throne, Keller drew Seafoam one last time. With a deep breath, he placed the tears of Valyria upon the blade. "For Westeros," he said, locking eyes with Rena. Then, with all his strength, he plunged the sword into the floor of the throne room. A blinding light erupted from the point of impact, washing over the room in a wave of pure, cleansing fire. Keller felt the magic of the tears coursing through him, burning away his ambitions, his claim to the throne, his very identity as a ruler. As the light faded, gasps and cries of confusion filled the air. All around them, people were returning to flesh, the obsidian melting away like winter snow in spring sunshine. Keller sank to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. He felt different, lighter somehow, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Rena knelt beside him, taking his hand in hers. "What happens now?" she asked softly. Keller looked around the throne room, at the bewildered nobles and the imposing Iron Throne. He thought of the journey that had brought him here, of the lessons learned and the bonds forged. "Now," he said with a smile, "we rebuild, not as conquerors or claimants, but as protectors. Westeros needs healing, and who better to guide it than those who have seen both its darkness and its light?" As word spread of the miracle in King's Landing, of the exiled prince and the wildling princess who had saved the realm, a new legend began to take shape. It was a story not of conquest and power, but of sacrifice and redemption. And in the years to come, as Westeros flourished under the guidance of Keller and Rena, people would remember the day when the ambition for a throne gave way to the desire for a better world.